Hello, I'm Emilio Salas, the Executive Director
Hello. Can you hear me? Cool. Yep. Uh, do you want my camera on? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, then I'll start screen sharing. Teleprompter Pro. What? What? My laptop? I do. Okay. Something up with the sizing. Ah, yeah. Yep. And then, NDI, the NDI desktop capture? Okay. vMix extrude. Hmm. Where'd it go? Okay, it's over there. Yeah. Got the, yeah, the red button at the bottom middle. Yeah, I got that on. Um, It just says NDI laptop, remote connection one. Okay. Yeah. Local. Gotcha. It'd probably be display two because I'm looking at I got my laptop and then I got a second screen, so that'd probably be display two. Okay. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't showing up the right thing that I wanted to see. There we go. All right, now I got my that looks right. And then that's on, and then I open that. There we go. And then how do I get this to you here? Do I just restart screen sharing in Zoom? Or do I need to stream this to you? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Pop this back out. There we go. vMix video. And then do I need vMix open for anything or can I just minimize that and off to the side? I'll just put that over there. There we go. You're good. Yeah, I'll just be chilling right here. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep.
I know they're joining the meeting. They are in the conference room.
Diane Biox.
She's our moderator of the chat. So she will have access to the camera and the mic, so she'll be able to bring up questions that are dropped in. No, just Diane. The other person who has rights to see the will be assisting with monitoring the chat is Maria Arzua, but she will be communicating with Diane any questions that pop up. But Diane will be will have the mic and the camera.
I do. Okay, can you proceed while I take my time to try to find that and bring it up?
Ask that. I'm not sure where the background is because this is the first time I'm using this format for virtual meetings.
I can send it to you.
Okay.
And, Diane.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. That'd be a lot faster.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's a no. I just wanted to see, I'm not sure what it looks like on, what is it gonna look like on there? And like, will they, is there, I think Kelly said there's a drop down button or something so that anyone who needs the translators or the interpreters can use the Spanish or Vietnamese link so they know. I just want to do the housekeeping part, so I wasn't sure. Yes. Yes, someone will speak to. Yeah, it's hard.
It's basically just it's transferred over, kind of like with the colors and everything that was in the script. So you can go ahead. Yep.
We have I thought I put it in the updated one, but I'll go ahead in the script link. I'll update the right verbiage right now also.
Okay.
Is there somewhere else you want me to send it?
Well, I mean, if there's something you want me to fix, I can also fix it right here, right now. If there's anything you'd like to change. Okay. All right.
If that's easiest, that's fine. Okay.
So I'll just go ahead and continue on unless there's, just let me know when to stop or anything.
Yeah, so we wanted to talk about this too because okay, so register and target. Let's start with the first Bible. So we'll poll it early, like before, because we're gonna put in everyone's name into the wheel, and then we'll send it over the name to poll. But we probably need to put in some text saying, and the winner is, or something like that, unless we're just gonna. Oh, we already have that. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm reading multiple scrolls. So we'll have to send you that in real time, like a couple minutes before. So we'll put that in the production chat or wherever you want it to go directly.
This is anywhere I just have a moment to just input that, because I could just type in like, whatever name, like right into here. So
Okay.
it's just preferably yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Actually, you can even test it now by spinning the wheel and see if those of us that are on there and just drop in the name as we do the actual run through once we get there.
Can I ask really quick? So once I give the name and congratulate them, I mean, did we talk about how they're going to get their prize?
Yes. So Maria will be the one that will be communicating with that participant. She has access to email the person on the side through the chat. Actually, will be able to get their email through the chat Is that right, Kelly? Is that how is it through the chat that she will reach out to
Yeah.
the participant?
She can message them directly and we'll have their email address because we already have
Perfect.
everyone's email address.
Okay, can
And-
we just add a quick note here then that I would, for me to say like, and one of our staff members will be in contact with you to give you your prize?
To make arrangements, yes.
Okay.
We'll contact you to make arrangements to deliver your prize, and we'll most likely going to mail it as soon as they respond to Maria's message. She'll be able to obtain their mailing address so that we can get that out to them.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make a note that we'll be in
Sure.
contact, but it feels weird to me to say like, oh, congratulations, and then just move on.
Any chance, Candace, you can turn on when we're ready, turn on your camera because they'll
Oh.
check on.
Well, I'm kind of trying to concentrate right now on my, as they're doing my run through, and then I was going to fix my background, and then I was going to put it back on.
I have a question. It does not have to be responded to right away, but I have my background and I'm on background and filters, background and effects and settings, but I don't know how to upload it into that screen so I can select it. Is there anybody here in the house that can help me with this later? Or should I do it now while we're live?
Satari, are you able to walk Diane through the steps? I know she's not coming on until a little later, so she could actually walk you through it.
Okay, I'm here in my office. Satari, are you here?
Yes, I'm at Lena's office. Okay. I will be there.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
That's why we're here. Yeah. Our team will reach out to you in the chat and via email. Something like that would be great.
Did you just, like congratulations, or just our team will reach out?
Yes, congratulations, and then our team will reach out.
Our team will reach out in the chat.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. I'll just delete them as we scroll through. Keep that up. Okay. Yep.
Diane's background works. I can see it. Yay.
Do I need to reverse it though?
No, it looks correct.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it here on my screen.
It's backwards. Yeah. Yeah. It
All
looks
right.
right on our end.
All right. Well, Satari assisted me, so I'm grateful for that. We're back in business. Let's go.
Quick question. When Emily says, can I see a show of hands? Is there an opportunity for you folks to let her know that she's got a handful, a dozen, or no hands at all? Mhm. Okay, and so she should just need to pause for how long? Like, can you guide her as to how long she should pause to see before she continues with great, thank you?
Great, thank you. So like at the end of this right here, just put like
Yes,
just
yes.
put pause for 5 seconds,
Okay.
20 seconds. I mean, when
I think
Five?
Nick said 20. Is it 20? I
20
could
for the delay.
The,
I mean, technically I don't. I just need to like get the poll results. So, I mean, because even if one person says it, not everyone's gonna know what CDBG is. So I guess it's fine. I don't need to get a show of hands. I just want the poll to pop up. And everyone can see the results, right? Like the people who are attending can see how many
oh, you're doing it as a poll.
mhm.
There it is. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thanks for the clarification. That would be
Yeah, that way we don't need to like really, I don't need to know how many, as long as the poll shows up so everyone can see, you know, just generally like the other people attending amongst them, or like they're like, oh, how many?
Maybe she went to the lady. She'll come in here. Okay.
Okay, so no pause note. You still want me to put in the pause note?
I think we should be good without it.
Okay.
I guess I should change the script to say, hi everyone, can you please answer our poll instead? Can you please answer our poll? Yeah.
Instead of the whole sentence entirely.
Yeah, can you please answer our poll? Yes, thank you.
Everything else look okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything else, thank you.
Continue on from right there.
Yes, that's, I'm good. Thank you. I think, can we add an S to partnerships?
Yes.
In the third line, please.
I'm sorry, it's Diane again. Missed the very first couple minutes of the meeting, and I can, and perhaps you discussed how I could see the teleprompter also. I can't right now, but it would be helpful for me to be able to review this as we go along, because then I'll know when I'm moderating the chat box if this is a topic that would be brought up a little later, and I could let that person know. So yes. Perfect. Got it. Thanks. Apologize again for
And I'm
the-
sorry, where did you want me to add that S?
The third sentence, partnerships, right, go up, one more,
Partnerships.
over
Sorry about-
partnerships
yep,
there.
Sorry about that. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, so I'm seeing, I need to add in scripting to pass on to Emily. So, yes. Sure. Okay. And then we can add in, Emily will continue with the next segment of our presentation.
No, it's oh, okay.
The Rita and Emily part 2. Okay. Okay. think I need to change some of the text color right here. That's not part of the, like, something she needs to say, correct? Oh,
I
sorry.
think just the slide 11 part
Yeah,
should
just-
not be
Okay, yeah.
yeah, that should be highlighted the yellow white, but she's
Okay.
not saying.
Okay, yeah.
I think we're missing
We're missing the
slide 10,
Mm-hmm.
the CDBG.
All right, let me open the script. Slide 10. I'm looking at the script. I see someone else in here too. It just says click to slides 10 through 12, and then thank you, Emily. And then it just says read a slides.
Yeah, you're missing. I can type it. I can copy and paste it to the chat. There should be something before slide 11. Let me copy and paste right now.
Okay, yeah, just put it in somewhere, and then I could just put it right in.
So I just put in the thank you, Emily part is there. So after the thank you, Emily, it starts with for CDBG in the chat. That should be slide 10.
Okay. Give me just a moment. Huh. Did you just post it directly in the chat, or is it like a link?
Yeah, it's directly in the chat. Oh, it says to read. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, yeah, because I opened that and I'm like,
Like, what is that?
Yeah, it's like taking me to like a privacy notice. I'm like, I don't think that's what she meant to send. You sounds like you just muted yourself. Oh, there you go.
Did you see it? I'm just gonna send it.
Okay, no, I got it.
I can see it.
I see it now.
Okay. I think it went to everybody, but yeah.
And then right under the thank you, Emily.
Yep.
Okay.
It should be slide 10.
Yeah. It's a bunch of bullet points.
Yeah, it came out as that, but you can, yeah, it can just be non-bullet points.
Is it like sentences or?
No, if you can leave the ones in dark are the ones that's how I outlined it so I can read it easier. Then the shaded down bullets, the ones that are non-shaded are just sub bullets. It's just easier for me to see it that way so I can.
So you want me to leave it in the bullet form? I can leave the dark bullets like highlighted a different color. I can highlight them something.
Yes, that would work.
Okay.
And,
let's just do.
Or if you leave it in the pink, that's fine, and the purple, the pink,
okay.
that would
Okay.
be
Okay.
that
Do the pink.
yes, and then yes, then I know.
Just like that.
Yep, that will work. Thank you.
Yes. Let's get back to there. Sorry, we'll take it from here. Slides 10 to 12. Thank you, Emily. And then we'll just scroll from there. Does that look all right to you?
I have a quick edit. I just cut a grammatical one.
Yep.
Where it says the home program objectives. I think we need to change it to
Yep.
the home program objectives also require singular. Require would be singular.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And then you're also saying this in this is also part of your script, so this pink as well?
Yep.
Yep. And we'll just roll through that. So we left off right around here. Perfect.
Quick question. Did I include a transition to Emily? Oh, yes, and no. Thank you. I saw it.
Hello.
Quick question. On Emily's, just to make sure we cover it on her prompt, what is one thing you learned from our presentation? How will you, it won't be a poll, but it will be just something they drop in the chat?
Yeah, I think that's when Diane can, I guess that's when she would be, when she and Maria are reading through the chats, they can kind of, Diane can summarize what people have said in the chat, because they can type it in there. We're like basically muting all of the participants, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so then Diane would have to kind of summarize and like pick and choose what she wants to say in response to that question. Same thing with also, yeah, because we need to figure out the timing, because it may be too many things. So that's why I put depending on the time, get comments from 3 to 5 people, and same for the next question. That's when Diane would chime in. And that's
Oh, I could barely see the blue. I knew there was something there. I could barely see it.
I can change the color.
Yes.
You know, what I'm hoping will happen is that people will have similar responses. So you can kind of roll that up and just say, you know, a few people said something about this, you know, others said this, but we never know until it comes in.
And
Yep.
Maria, we had to do impromptu last year for those of us that were with us last year, just so that we had so that the presentation can still continue and follow. Maria, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, you may need to have some notes handy to drop in something in the chat for Diane to read out. Just in case we get a very quiet group of audience, you'll need to have some thoughts to drop in.
Yeah, it's just like,
Oh,
that's what we did last year. I had to start
scripting.
adding stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, because some times the audience is just very quiet. They're just listening in, and they're not really motivated to participate. But because of the raffle, we're hoping that changes around. The gamification just really gets them to, drop in. You never know if, they won't know if they'll be part of a raffle or not. So they'll hopefully have that. But Maria, have a few handy there on the side that you can drop in, so Diane can read off.
Yeah, you know, and I've also kind of ad-libbed for, you know, what we know what is important has been communicated to the board offices, these kinds of programs, you know, youth services, of course, senior activities, you know, I can kind of just knowing what we fund anyway, and kind of maybe pepper that a bit. But Maria, if you want to be our person behind the curtain, you know, that's kind of just, you know, populating that anonymously, then we could do that too. You know, childcare centers, libraries, you know, sidewalks, or my bad neighbor who's parks their car in my front yard, and the rats that are in the trees and debris in the alleys, all that stuff.
So something that seems to be just an FYI, and I know, Diane, you're usually quick on your toes. We may get a lot of questions regarding Section 8, public housing, tenant landlord issues. When can I talk about this? I want to, talk to someone about this. So you might get those types of comments in there. And then we'll need to direct them over to either HAD or HOD. And Maria, if you can have the email handy, and we'll be able to connect with Nina so she can give us the contact that we can drop in the email for those that are inquiring or have questions regarding the Section 8 or their public housing, if it's our public housing sites.
Housing Rights Center too, Maria, if you could.
Correct. The Housing Rights Center. There is, and also HACLA, we do get City of LA folks that may participate, and it may be something that they'll need to reach out to HACLA. They just had their per housing community meeting last week, and they got quite a bit of questions and concerns. So it's probably still resonating with folks when they see a community meeting. It's their opportunity to come forward and share their concerns. So just thought I let you know to we'll circle back with Dina to give us those contacts so that we can direct folks to the correct people. And I know, Diane, you're pretty good at
Has it been
being on your toes.
Has it been an issue, and do you think that this might be helpful? Information about the county's rent stabilization program for unincorporated residents and the link for that?
Yes, and I also, Craig had shared that for those that have, and we'll circle back, Maria, and if you can make your list so that we can cover it when we end with our session, our rehearsal, we'll go ahead and make sure you have the resources. Craig was referring folks for our public housing sites, the Resident Advisory Board. So that's something to note down. I believe, and we'll double check with Craig, that there's one for Section 8 as well. So then we'll add those to the list of resources to have handy should things come up. And they did come up, Diane, during our in-person community meeting.
I heard. So Maria, if you email that to me too, I'll have it here easy on mine, so that you may just be able to drop it into the chat or say it verbally, depending on how it's flowing.
Okay. Yeah, I think both. It will help if you share it, Diane, and then let folks know that it's going to be added to the chat. And then I think for one more time before we sign off, Maria, if it's possible for you to add the information one last time, so it's there easily for folks to see.
I didn't understand what you meant for me to do, Maria. I'm sorry, Rita. That I would share the whole document of resources in the chat, or
as they come up, just as you see the comments, just say we have contacts and resources available for you that are that will be dropped in the chat. And so as Maria is able to add them in, and just at the very end, before we sign off, one more time to copy and paste the information into the chat, so folks have it there in case they didn't get a chance to write it down.
Well, wouldn't they be seeing it in the chat?
Right, but they'll need to scroll if the chat moves up.
Okay.
Hey
All right,
guys, can I
we'll
interrupt?
handle it one at a time. We'll handle it one at a time as it comes in, topic by topic. But Maria, you'll have like the full list that you can just put in at the end with the title and what it's for. Is that the suggestion? Okay.
Yep. Am I able to bother you guys? I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. So we're doing interpreting sign language. Me and my partner Naomi are here. And so this meeting is not for public consumption. Is that what's happening right now? Or is it for public consumption?
Right now, no, it's just a rehearsal, but it will be.
Right. Okay. And so, yeah, it's good. So we're doing the rehearsal so that you guys can see the quality of our broadcast. The quality of my broadcast when you do the meeting with me will be better than this. The technology that I'm using, but yeah, so here you just let me know if you want me to do interpreting of sign language. It's okay. I understand you guys want to see how this, this works. I can see myself in that little screen, which is cool. Obviously we'd prefer to not sign because it really kind of hurts our hands after a while. But if there's any kind of issues that you see with mine, I can promise that the next time that we meet, it will be a much more friendly setup. But here I'm kind of you caught me pretty mobile. And it was a rehearsal, so I figured I could join that way instead of driving back to New York 5 hours from where I am. So, anyway, you feel free to have your meeting. I'm sorry to bother you. But yeah, we're right here if you guys need us, and we're here to answer any questions that you guys have, and I'll be here.
Okay, if you just let us know if we're going too fast.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's always too fast. Every person that speaks, look at me, I'm talking too fast. And so, yeah, we definitely want to talk as slow as possible, especially if it's a meeting for public consumption for so many reasons. And I can't make people stop talking fast, no matter how hard I try. We're just going to keep talking fast, but we sign fast, me and Naomi. So,
okay. As I know, I'm not sure if this is the speed that we're going to see the teleprompter roll.
you can go as fast as you want.
It was a little fast. So
yeah, as fast as you want, but then you have to realize that like a person who's trying to process that, it's going to be harder depending on the material. If you're giving me tons of numbers, wow, that's pretty challenging for everybody to process. So, and like saying the number one thing is titles. After you say your title, hey, I'm the director of blah, 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 you have to give me a sec to catch up because I'm unfamiliar with all this stuff and I'm trying to catch up. And for everybody else, it's really familiar to them. So they just put it out there. So, and enunciating the name, that's it, enunciating the name. People get worried about deaf, hard of hearing, things like that. I don't know if that's too much to worry about. I totally understand. I want to respect people. So I'll tell you that they want you to say deaf or hard of hearing, and they don't want you to say hearing impaired. But people who are visually impaired, they are totally fine with visually impaired. There's no controversy there. So it does get a little confusing. But I think that if somebody yells at you, just do your best to apologize. I don't know. It's not much we can do. Other than that, I can't think of too much. Ask me any questions you want. There are no dumb questions. Me and Naomi are both deaf world interpreters, so we have lots of information for you.
Okay, we'll test the speed of the teleprompter to ensure that I don't want to go too fast so folks can
I'm not really satisfied with how fast my video is running, but the next time that we meet, you'll see it's a Logitech Brio 4K, and it has an interesting setting where you'll be able to see like my fingers will be very clear, very fast. And that's like the best technology that we could get. It's like $170 for that camera and with a black backdrop. But I'm not really satisfied with this, what I'm seeing, but today that's what we have. So I'm just letting you. On her right here. She's on right here with me on WhatsApp, and she has the Zoom link so she can pop in really quickly. And I'll just, sure. And I'll just say that, yeah, a lot of what we do is just like production and us like getting together with that production. So yeah, I'm happy to let you guys finish up. I'm sorry, and I'll be here when you're ready. Yep, bye-bye.
I need to share my screen. I don't need a text. I don't need a text and a teleprompter. I have it with me. I don't need anything. I just need to share my screen. Mhm. So right when it says tutorial to discuss the website, I'm going to share my screen.
Where's that? I'm sorry, I don't see it. Oh, right.
Like
here,
after
sorry.
Rita, it's my turn, and I'm going to start sharing my screen and going through the website.
At the pink highlight, the start the pink highlight.
And then I'm sorry, what for her to start sharing her screen? It's some sort of, is it going to be up here or right here at the start?
Yes.
And what was it?
So when Rita passes it to me, I'm going to start talking and I will share my screen. So you can add it here, or we will now have Satara. I don't know.
We could change it to Satari to share her screen instead.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Should we remove all of this? Because I'm not going to read through this.
I think
I
you
have-
can keep it since that way it'll kind of still play. You don't have to look at it. That way we can kind of just keep going through.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Nice to meet you. My name is Sol. I'm going to be one of your Spanish interpreters. Are you all able to hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect.
For rehearsal, right now, they're just joining here to get a feel of the script.
Thank you. And are you referring to the Interprefy? Okay. All right. Perfect.
Hey Nick, this is Crystal. Just want to let you know that the stream is not successfully streaming within the platform. You have to click out and go into YouTube to see it, which we can troubleshoot after we go through all of the script and everything, but it's something that we'll need to resolve and something that makes it a challenge to test with the interpreters. What are the letters you're saying? Sorry. RTNP. Understood. I will look into that.
I have an edit, please.
Yep.
It's the fourth line. If we can just remove the word provide, Diane will read your questions.
Yep.
And then just making a note, after I might ask, we're using a laptop, we'll need to provide Diane with time.
Yeah. Just like a note right here.
Well, I have my camera off until these portions of the presentation open up for me. And then I just do start video.
I believe you have your camera on the whole time and they bring you on to the screen.
Okay.
The cameras will turn to you.
That's gonna be a long time. I better have some coffee and pay attention. No commercial breaks where I can get up and like go to the kitchen. Drink some water.
If you can time it right, but other than that, we're all hunkered down for the whole event.
It looks like that pretty much brings us to the end of the script.
Quick question, Emily, for final. It's time for our final raffle drawing. That's you, right?
It can't be me. It was
Or-
you
or-
last time.
Oh, it's me. No, you know what? How about Candace? Because Candace only got a part in a short part at the beginning. How about if Candace, you chime in at this part?
Can you guys put that in the teleprompt so I will remember to see that?
Right here in between this, or
Where it says
In
yeah,
front
so
of
then-
it's time for your final raffle drawing, you could put like the little less than,
Carrot.
greater than sign or whatever. It says back to Candace or something.
we'll just need to add in text. Congratulations.
right here after.
Correct. And the usual, our staff
team
will reach out. Our team, yes,
If you could try it.
will reach out to you.
No, your name, my name.
That's
So, and so I'm actually reading the options as well, right?
it makes sense too. They're gonna see it on, but I don't know, see what the production team says. It might make sense for you since the poll will be posted. It'll kind of be a little awkward if there's just silence, right?
Right, that's what I was wondering, yeah. Just to time it as well, right?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, sounds good.
You want this correct answer part highlighted a different color?
Oh, Candace, what color?
To kind of indicate that that's just
Oh, I don't care. Whatever we were formatting with.
forget what we were doing. for that one.
Just something brighter, I guess.
Nope. Oh, man. Wow.
That's actually difficult to read.
Just put it back in that color.
And then, so for the final sentence where I thank everyone for participating, I mean, that's it, right? There's no really like transition.
Did you have something in mind, Candace?
No, I mean, I just, if I'm gonna congratulate, and then I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess
Wanna,
that's it.
you know, you can kind of freestyle your, you know, thank you at the end, or I can type in something else for you here to say. Or...
I know, I was just thinking, I'm like, that seems kind of like, okay, bye.
I know that seems kind of like, yeah. Team will reach out to you in the chat. Thank you for your participation today. You know, I mean, you can kind of send it off however you feel is appropriate at that time, or you know, we can write something in so you have something prepared. Whichever. It's
Did
just
you
kind of
want
like closing remarks. So
Yeah, I was going to say, did you want to add in, you know, 'cause, I hope they,
Yeah, I guess that's just something that's a little more closing, like, well, thank you again to our staff who presented today. Thank you to our production team, and thank you all of you for participating, or something like that, where it just feels
Yeah.
more like a wrap up. Just felt awkward, sorry.
okay, well, I mean, just you know, well, you said like, well, thanks again for
Thanks again to our staff for presenting.
to our staff for presenting.
Thank you to the production team, and most of all, thank all of you for joining us and participating today. Something like that. I feel like that's more of a closeout.
It's fine. It's whatever you want. Thank you to the thank you to the production team.
And most of all, thanks to all of you for joining us and participating today.
Thanks to all of you for joining. Today. And then anything to close that out?
And then the you know, have a good evening at the end. Don't forget the party hat.
I recall last year, you did some neat graphics every time a winner was announced. So I'm assuming you guys will add that in as well.
I think, yeah, I think we'll have some sort of, I think that will be Nick, if that's gonna happen.
Oh, I was assuming that, remembering last year you had some neat graphics to introduce, to announce the winners. So I'm assuming you're going to add those in as well. Pizzazz it.
Oh, whatever.
And is there, do you play some music at the end?
Good morning, how are you? Good. Hi, how are you? We're selling tickets. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, no, all right. All right. Wait, the request that we did the last time, that was to move back to hall, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's Emily. She's our lead.
Oh, just that,
Oh, I know what it is. Did you, I think she must have shared it via
have been
our,
large files.
our large files. Yes.
I can try to send it to you another way. Give me a second.
Satari, you think we could share it via Teams and we can link them in and they can access it that way?
It's a large file. Let's try.
Okay.
right, okay.
So we have this email system set up to send large files, and it requires you to set up an account. However, let's see if we can get you to access it via Teams. But we just need, Callie, if we have your email address. Satari, you have Callie's email address handy, right?
You know what? I think, well, oh no, it's okay. Never mind. Disregard. I'll send it.
Yeah, let's give it a try. Because we don't. Yeah, let's give it a try. Satari, she's the technical whiz on, you know, on our team here, so I'll leave it to her.
It's uploading right now.
You're an appropriate person too. Sales pitch too. All right. $20. You guys, everybody's on $20. Yeah, all right. You know what happened to, $5 for an arm, right? But when you came away with $1,000 last week, wasn't that sweet?
It should have uploaded, Nick. Awesome. Okay, cool. That is a good question. Because when I got the PowerPoint back, it was embedded.
I believe Craig has it.
Yeah, I can ask him and see where he saved it, and I will send it once I have it.
I believe Craig is in the office. Let me walk over and ask him.
That's good.
Do we have any interpreters on the line?
Yes, Vietnamese interpreters.
Vietnamese, do we have one or two?
Two, Ryan and Landai.
Perfect. I see two ASL. And then what else would it be? We are missing a few Spanish. Is that right, Kelly?
Yes, I'm one of your Spanish interpreters, and I think we have another one, Diana, as well.
So Nick, we have them for an hour, and we just want to make sure we make time for them to go into Interpretify and just speak a little bit so that I can make sure it's working on the platform. Do we have somebody managing Interpretify here? Is Fabio here? Or any other account manager?
Crystal Manny's working on that right now.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait for the account manager to hop on board so that he can manage that.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't hear you at the end there, but yeah, that's the Essentially it's pretty simple because I'm just going to keep signing until I see that that broadcast is okay for me to stop. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so that's it. I mean, really, I'm going to just keep signing. That's all I can do. And we have gone for a really long period. It's like 2 hours straight, 3 hours straight of signing, where you're just going to do the best you can to give that ADA compliance to the consumer that's watching these videos. So yeah, that's definitely not a problem. And we can all be on the same call. It's totally like every single meeting, we always have to have good production. And you guys really have some of the best production that I've seen. I've never, seen them have a meeting and then talk about this. It's always just kind of like, we do it ourselves, just like you're describing. So we overlap for a certain period of time. And I'll just give you some input. My brother's an ASL interpreter in Washington, D.C. for these meetings that they have, like NOAA and these big agencies. And the way that they do it is that you will see both interpreters on the screen at the same time signing. And it does get kind of weird for a second, but that's how they do it. And then, because we have Zoom, we have a main screen, then we can put up that auxiliary screen. So the two are signing at the same time. And then eventually you just take the one down. And that's how they do it. But there's lots of ways to do it. Sure. Yeah. And sometimes we do have an issue where like you'll see the interpreter and he's kind of typing, and it's always because we absolutely have to be kind of communicating, but we do have helpers and stuff, and we do make it look as smooth as possible. So we're happy to help you. Anything that you want to, any advice you want to give, any best practices, we're absolutely ready to implement that. Very good.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us at tonight's community meeting. My name is Candace David. I am an analyst here at the Los Angeles County Development Authority, also known as LACDA. Before we get started, I'd like to inform you of some housekeeping items. If you need translation, and then am I just going to be reading through that? Sorry, this is the first time I'm seeing this note.
Yeah, I believe
Okay. So if you need translation, there will be a drop-down menu for either Spanish or Vietnamese. And these languages are available when the event starts, just underneath the broadcasted picture. There will also be an ASL interpreter on screen during the entire event. If you have any questions, you can type those into the chat on the right-hand side of the screen throughout the meeting, and we will answer them at the end. By registering and joining us this evening, you were automatically entered into tonight's raffle drawings. The prizes we have available are gift cards to Target, Albertsons, or Vons. Now let's start off the meeting with our first raffle.
Is it and Vons?
Yeah, no, I just seen that. I'll try to just make notes of this so we can just keep the rehearsal going.
And the winner is... All right, congratulations. Someone from our team will reach out to you in the chat to administer your prize. Okay, so there will be more opportunities for you to earn additional chances to win in the raffle drawings throughout our presentation by answering our poll questions about things we discuss in our presentation. So make sure you pay attention. So to give everyone a chance, if you have already won a prize, you would not be eligible to win another one. Okay, so on our agenda tonight, we have welcome and introduction, information about the action plan, and we'll have some discussion, followed by next steps, and a request to fill out the community survey at the end. For our speakers, I'd now like to introduce Rita Reyes Acosta, who is my supervisor. We'll also hear from our executive director, Emilio Salas, Emily Codilla, and Satari Marique, my colleagues, and also analysts at LACDA. Now let's hear a message from Emilio.
Hello, I'm Emilio Salas.
I uploaded, Nick, I uploaded the video for you on that link.
And do business due to COVID-19, we want to remain a relevant resource for addressing community needs. Your participation in today's meeting and completion of the survey allows us to do just that. Thank you again for taking your valuable time to participate, and I hope you find our community meeting and resource fair informative. Now, I'm going to turn it back over to Espy. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilio. Now I'd like to introduce Rita Reyes Acosta once again. Rita.
Good evening. We are glad to see you here tonight at our community meeting. I am Rita Reyes Acosta, and I work in the Community Development Division alongside our team that coordinated tonight's event. Many of you have made a huge effort to join us, and we appreciate having you here. Here's Emily to get us started with our presentation.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do a countdown, sorry. Oh, Okay. Okay, sorry. Got it. Okay. Okay, I could start.
Okay, so it would flow from her and she would pass it off to you, and that's where you come in.
Got it. Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you please answer our poll? How many of you know what the Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG, is? I'm going to give it a few seconds.
Are you gonna, Emily, prompt them to
Yes.
look to the
Yeah.
right?
Oh, okay. We have our poll. You can answer to the right of your screen.
Oh, you want me to put that in?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Where do you want it to go?
Can you please answer our poll that's located to the right of your screen? Thank you.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna pause for like 5 seconds just
Yeah,
so they can
so
you know, answer. Yeah, so pause for like 10 seconds actually.
Do you say how they respond? Like click a button, pick your choice? Do you need to, is it so intuitive that they just, a yes, no?
Yeah, if you want to describe it a bit more, basically they have to select poll, the word poll on the right-hand side, and then both polls will pop up. So then they'll just select the poll with the question you just mentioned.
So they have to select a poll?
Well, are we still doing both polls or just one?
What do you mean by, was there another one?
Oh, just from the original script, I had pulled that. If there's only just this one poll, then that's the only one that would be listed. I'll delete the other one.
There should only be this one, but then I made the questions, like the raffle questions, a poll. Or I guess it's not a poll, it's a Q&A. Is that,
It's just a
that's
Q&A.
fine.
Okay, so then this is the
This
only
is the only
poll.
poll.
I'll delete the other one. So they'll
Okay.
just select polls and then they'll click the poll question.
Okay. So if there's only one, when they look at the right of the screen, it should be intuitive.
Yeah, they'll just press the button poll and then the one poll will be questioned out there.
Okay.
Is it like select yes or no? Are those the choices?
Yeah.
Do we say select?
Emily, do you want it to say yes or no, or do you want them to be able to fill in yes and then maybe like write an answer after, like a short answer? Or do you want
No, just yes or no.
Okay, then yes, to answer your question, it'll just be yes or no.
And
So
that's going to come into the chat, or it's going to be captured in that poll.
There are 4 different icons on the right-hand side. One will be chat, one will be poll, one will be Q&A, one will be community. So they'll select poll, and then that's where they'll see the poll, they'll answer it, and then that's where the answers will be reflected.
Then the responses will be captured there.
That is correct.
I'm asking just, do I need to count them in the chat box, or will they?
They should just go off the poll.
Okay.
So you don't have to look through the chat box.
Well, we actually wanted to give you a little run for your money, Diane. Have you count as fast as you
I
can.
need Maria's help on that.
So no, precisely because that would be too much. We're probably anticipating at least half of those that registered to attend the virtual meeting, and to avoid having you guys scroll down and try to capture the votes. It's easier to do it through the polls, and our platform vendor here has facilitated these nifty tools for us to use.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
So for anybody who is like moderating the chat, after we're done going through the script and stuff, let's stay on and then we'll walk through the platform so that you feel comfortable with that.
Okay.
Okay. So
Do you want to take it from
yes,
top of
I'll take it.
your right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you please answer our poll that's located to the right of your screen? And it should say poll. And the question is, how many of you know what the Community Development Block Grant, aka CDBG, is. So if you know what it is, answer yes. And if you don't know what it is, answer no.
And I'll just sit there and count out.
Yep.
Or I'll just count like in my head, basically. And
Yeah, I was
allow
counting in my
that.
head too.
Cool. And then before I start
Yeah.
scrolling again.
Okay.
So
Great. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. So to those of you who don't know, the CDBG program makes federal funds available on an annual basis to states, cities, and counties to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing and a suitable living environment, and by expanding economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. The program was designed to reinforce several important values and principles of community development in the following ways. CDBG's flexibility empowers people and communities to design and implement strategies tailored to their needs and priorities. CDBG's emphasis on consolidated planning expands and strengthens partnerships among all levels of government and the private sector in enhancing community development. CDBG's technical assistance activities and set aside for its recipients builds the capacity of these partners. You may wonder where these grant dollars come from and how these funds are used to enhance community development. Here is Rita to provide you with that information.
Thank you, Emily. Each year, our agency prepares the action plan, which is an application to HUD for 3 types of grant funds: CDBG, Home Investment Partnerships Program, known as HOME, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, which is referred to as ESG. The annual action plan is a requirement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to help states and local jurisdictions assess community needs and market conditions to guide investment. The annual action plan will list projects and programs that will be funded with the HUD grant funds and other monies to address community needs in the unincorporated areas of the county, plus 47 participating cities. As part of the preparation of the new annual action plan, it requires public input to identify housing and community development priorities for the 3 grant funds. The annual action plan is part of a larger document called the Consolidated Plan, and its purpose is to list community priority needs and specific goals to help enhance community development over a 5-year period. In essence, the action plan is like a chapter in the Consolidated Plan. This is the 2nd annual action plan under the 5-year Consolidated Plan. Emily will continue with the next section of our presentation.
Thank you, Rita. Before we go on,
Sorry, Emily, so sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So Fulvio is here now.
Mhm.
Hi. And so I just wanted to get him and the interpreters involved while you guys are going through the script to make sure we're testing that as well, since we have them for an hour. So Fulvio, hi, how are you doing?
Oh, great. And you guys?
Good. Thanks for hopping on. So I just wanted to make sure that you had all the interpreters go into Interprify and that was all set up. And if you wouldn't mind just kind of maybe doing one by one, we can start with maybe Spanish and then go into Vietnamese or however you like to do it, so that I can test on my end and make sure that I can hear everything clearly.
Oh, would you like to have that test right now?
Is that was what our plan was, so that they could kind of like get an idea of what was what the script was like and things like that. Did you have a different plan in mind?
Just let me double check the information. I have no confirmation of this right, and right now I'm not available for them. Actually, I just have some more minutes. But yes, we could do it. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can move around some things. Because right now we are just finishing with all the trainings. And actually the way we work is around within our platform, not within Zoom. It's a totally different setup.
Cool. Okay, sounds like we need to take this offline so that we don't interrupt the rehearsal anymore. But yeah, so Manny will shoot you an email and then we can figure out those details momentarily.
Yeah, sure.
So then I guess yeah, okay. Sorry, Emily, I'll hand it back over to you.
Okay.
Yes, so.
Okay. So then I start and I just go, thanks, Rita.
Yep. You can put something like that in the script, or you can kind of just.
Yeah, I can just
Okay,
say so.
That's fine. Okay.
Thanks, Rita. Before we go on, I know that was a lot of information. So let's do another raffle poll. If you answer correctly, you will be entered to have another chance at winning a prize at the end of today's meeting. Rita talked about 3 programs our agency applies to HUD for. So again, please answer the question. It's going to pop up on the screen on your right. Which one of these is not a program that the LACDA applies for? Home, CDBG, or PPP? Sorry, I just had a question at this point. So when they answer the poll, Callie, do we already have, you guys are going to enter the people, like, since you have the correct answer, then you know who answered correctly? Are they going to also, are you going to tell me? Okay, so then I'll say congratulations, this part too. Okay.
Well, you're not giving away a raffle right now, are you? Or are you just saying like congratulations to those who entered correct or who answered correct, your name has been entered in the raffle again? Or is it anyone who participates is still entered their name again?
Anyone who participated is supposed to have their name entered again.
Okay.
So then, unless that's too cumbersome, because then we could just keep track of all the names and at the end.
Yeah.
Is it fine?
Yeah, I feel like it's honestly easier to do if they participate, because I know you guys were trying to push engagement.
Yeah.
I'm like, if they participate, they should be entered. So I think that's easier anyways, because then we can just put all of them in.
Okay, so just put all of them in again. And then do I say it now at this point, or do we do it at the end? Like whoever would.
Yeah, that's what I need clarity on. How many raffles are we doing?
We have 5.
Oh, okay.
In the beginning, this is the second one, and then there's 3 more.
So each poll is actually a raffle.
I thought about that and I was like, yeah, because it's considered a poll.
Okay.
So they would have to select then, right?
Yeah, let me think about that and then we'll circle back.
Okay.
We just have to get some stuff text set up on the background to see how quick we can do it.
Okay.
So let's keep going
Alright,
and
so
we'll circle back on all of
that
this.
sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I previously mentioned about the CDBG program's flexibility to tailor the program to the community's own needs and priorities. While working on the 2023 to 2028 consolidated plan with the community, LA County decided to focus on these 4 priority needs, which are increasing affordable housing opportunities, reducing homelessness, strengthening an inclusive local community, and having resilient and healthy communities. We are all aware how important the first 2 priority needs are, especially due to the ongoing housing crisis in the state of California. Now let's turn it back to Rita, who's going to touch on CDBG, home, and ESG programs.
Thank you, Emily. For the CDBG program, we anticipate $21.3 million for next fiscal year, starting July 1st of 2024. The intent of this program is to support community development activities to build stronger and more resilient communities. The program requires that at least 70% of the program funds benefit low and moderate income persons. The program also allows up to 15% of the grant funds to provide public services. The CDBG program objectives are to benefit low and moderate income persons, eliminate slum and blight, and urgent need, such as addressing natural disasters. To provide you with an idea of the types of programs and projects that are funded with CDBG funds, here's a list of categories: housing preservation, real property improvements, public facilities, public services, and economic development activities. For the home program, we anticipate $9.4 million for next fiscal year to support increased home ownership and affordable housing. The program requires at least 90% of the funds benefit low and very low income persons. The home program objectives also require to benefit low and very low income persons, increase home ownership and affordable housing. Unlike the CDBG program, it requires a local match of funds. To provide you with an idea of the types of program and projects that are funded with home funds, here's a list of categories: rental assistance, housing rehabilitation, site acquisition and preparation, construction of new housing for rent or home ownership, and home buyer assistance. For the ESG program, we anticipate $1.8 million to primarily assist those experiencing housing crisis or homelessness to quickly regain stability. The program requires at least 92.5% of the program funds to benefit low and very low income persons. The program's objectives are to improve the quality and number of emergency shelters, operate shelters, and provide essential services, and prevent homelessness and rapid rehousing. The type of activities that can be funded are street outreach, emergency shelter, homeless prevention services, rapid rehousing, and rapid rehousing assistance. Homeless management information system that tracks provision of these services. It's a database that tracks the progress of delivery of services. And now Emily will continue with specific examples of projects and programs.
Thanks, Rita. So I want to highlight some of the projects and programs that CDBG, Home, and ESG have funded. For CDBG, we have the Senior Empowerment Program, which assists seniors to remain healthy and active through participation in recreational, educational, and leisure activities. There's a Community Business Revitalization Program, which provides exterior improvements to businesses within low and moderate income areas. Youth Cleanup and Graffiti Deterrent, the East Los Angeles Farmers Market, which is held on Saturdays at the Civic Center Plaza, and the Handy Worker Program grants for minor repairs up to $5,000. For the home program, we have affordable housing development, and I was a project manager of 26.2 in Long Beach and My Angel in the North Hills area of Los Angeles. There's also the First Time Home Buyer Down Payment Assistance. And finally, for ESG, in partnership with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, LACDA, we have rapid rehousing, case management and support services, emergency and winter shelter operations, as well as street outreach. Okay, it's time for another raffle poll. From Emilio's speech that he gave earlier, 99.2% was spent last year to benefit whom? And your options are low and moderate income persons, businesses, or students. Great, thank you everyone for answering our poll. Now, let's talk about cost burden, a topic that a lot of us can relate to. It's even more impactful to lower income households who are left with less money to cover non-housing expenses and to save for emergencies. Cost-burdened households are those who pay more than 30% of their income on housing costs, including rent or mortgage and utilities. Here's a graphic of what cost burden looks like for households with lower income versus households with higher income. As an example, let's go with $50,000 as the household with lower income on the left and $100,000 for households with a higher income on the right. Lower income would mean that out of the $50,000, 30% of that, which is $50,000, is going to rent or mortgage versus $30,000 for those with a higher household income of $100,000. Now, let's take it a step further and do a housing affordability exercise. During the first year of the Consolidated Plan 2023 to 2024, $91,100 was the county's median annual household income. Let's break that down to 30% of $91,100 for housing, utilities, and related expenses. And that comes out to $27,330. 20% will go into transportation and groceries, which is $18,220. That's another 20%, which is another $18,220 going to credit card payments, savings, retirement. Finally, if we put 30% to things like cell phone bills, Netflix, going to the movies, gym memberships, eating out, vacations, that's $27,330. If your housing cost is at 30% of the annual household income, then that means that $27,330, if you break it down by 12 months, it's equal to $2,278 a month. That is the maximum monthly amount you should be paying for housing and utilities. But the average rent for a one-bedroom in LA is $2,395. And for a two-bedroom, it's $3,382. Both of those amounts are well over the 30% cap. And not every household makes $91,100. There are those who make less. So, if you are paying more than 30% of your annual household income on rent or mortgage, what happens? You end up foregoing other necessities like food, gas, transportation, savings, and medical care. All right, let's do a raffle poll on something I just recently talked about. If you are cost burdened, what does that mean? You're paying more than what percentage of your annual household income towards rent or mortgage and utilities? Is it 20%, 25%, 30%, 50%, or 75%? Great, thank you everyone. Okay, it's time for some discussion so you can make your voice heard. What is one thing you learned from our presentation? Now that we've discussed the CDBG, home, and ESG programs and how these funding sources are limited, which community needs should the county focus on? Thank you.
Just to clarify for myself, these responses are going to be going into the chat. Or how is it that they're going to participate?
I can mention that they can respond in the chat. So I'll add in, they can respond in the chat and then that you will read them off because they're going to bring you on camera.
All right, so there's a pause here and you're going to say, put your answers in the chat.
Yep.
And then it'll get to me. And I'll say, okay, here's some of the answers that are starting to come in. What else? What else? We're going to take a few here.
Yep, that's good. Yep, because there's going to be a lot. So we'll
But
probably have
yeah,
to
they,
insert.
they will, what will you need? Let's see. The questions are, what have you learned? What's the question?
What's one thing you learned from our presentation?
One thing that you learned. Okay.
Diane, do you want to have your camera on so you can practice getting you on camera?
Sure. Let's see, where am I? There I am.
I see you.
The Q&A. Yes. You're going to bring Diane up on the, you're going to bring Diane in at the first question
what
that
is one
Emily
thing?
asked, what is one thing that you learned from our presentation? Then Diane will come on and she'll start reading the answers that are dropped in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm the warm-up act, huh?
So Diane, what is one thing you learned from our presentation?
Very expensive to live here.
Yay. Thank you. Okay. Yep. So thank you so much everyone for your participation. Let's turn it back to Rita.
Thank you, Emily. We have outlined the next steps of our planning process for these HUD grant funds. An important part of our community engagement is for you to complete our survey so your voice is heard. Our community survey was released earlier in October, and it's available until January 31st of 2024. We are providing ample time for the community to take the survey before it closes. Next, we tabulate the survey results in February and provide the data to each county board of supervisor to use as a guide for funding decisions. Each supervisor decides how to best use the grant funds within their district, specifically unincorporated areas of the county. The funding decisions take into account the grant regulations, available funding, community needs, and market conditions, as well as the survey results. By mid-April of 2024, we will have a draft action plan available for the public to review and provide comments. We will provide you with the link to access the draft action plan in our LACDA webpage. In June of 2024, we will request the Board of Supervisors to approve the draft action plan, which is the application to HUD. We will finalize the action plan and then submit to HUD before the end of June 2024. We will now have Satari review where you can access the community survey.
Question, please. I want to go back up to those two questions. I need to be clear. Are there one question or two questions back there as Emily is ending? What have I learned from our presentation? And then what happens?
So after you answer it and then we get responses from other people, we should give it like a time period. I don't know, like a minute or two.
We'll just have to see what happens, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, if they're responding, you know, it's popping, then I want to, you know, kind of summarize things. Well, here's another, it's expensive. Here's another, you know, what have I learned? I've learned, you know, whatever. You know, a few people are saying this. You know,
then,
a minute and a half. I don't know, you know, if they're not saying anything.
That's true. So we could just wait, and then when you feel like you've gotten to the end of it and summarized it, then I can go on to the next question. Like now that we've discussed the CDBG home and ESG programs, which community needs, and then you can answer again while we wait for the responses. And then
which community needs should the county focus on?
Yeah.
And then again,
it was
into the chat. Okay.
Increase.
Oh, sorry. Can we have, is it possible to do a like a poll? Because they're not listed.
Poll. Yeah,
because they're not listed.
Okay, yeah, I could, because I need to list the 4 priority, because we'd had a handout last time. Okay, so Callie, I'll send you the poll on this part right there, the second question.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's a much better representation of what and engage the group, because you know, if there's kind of like 4 choices, but we're only saying.
That's right. All these other things that we're not, okay. So I will send over.
Okay, so this will shift to a poll. And we're going to test how the poll works. However many, you know, we'll give them 30 seconds or whatever to pick, and then we'll find out a little bit later, I think, how that functions, so that the team is aware of how to communicate those results, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's a better idea. So
no, that's a great idea. And then you can just delete then where it says audience participation, because that was more if you scroll down, that red, we could just, we can delete that part.
Yeah, just say insert poll.
Yeah.
Oh, just say insert poll.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'll send the poll to Callie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then pick it back up where we were down here.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll come into Sater.
Okay.
Oh, and you have your own.
Hello, everyone. In order to get out to our website, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. In order to get to our website and your browser, please type yourvoicecounts.lacda.org. Here is our website. We have 4 key components on the homepage: the survey, resources, interactive data map, and Find My District. We also want to hear from you about our 4 goals: affordable housing, homelessness, inclusive local community, and resilient and healthy community. Let's check our survey page. In this page, we have our survey in 6 different languages. You can click on each link and fill out the survey online, or you can download the PDF version, print, fill it out, and mail it back to us to the LACDA office. Let's check the resources page. The resources link leads you to information about our agency, as well as LA County Department and LACDA's partner agencies. Let's check the first link here, current activities by district. Here you can check out current county activities that have been funded in your district. Let's check the interactive data maps. On this page, we have a static map along with different interactive data maps in different subjects, which you can click on each, read the description, scroll over the map, and get the information that you need. Let's look at the map related to cost burden for renters. the topic that Emily discussed earlier. In this map, the darker shades indicate areas that are most cost burden between 2017 and 2021, which is the data from the last census that was done. Let's go to the Find My District. We have a map here, which you can type in your address and find out which district you're located in. As an example, let's type in our LACDA office. As you can see, our office is located at the 1st district and is not in the Los Angeles urban county. Let's go back to the homepage. Please encourage your family and friend to visit our website, fill out the survey, and make their voice heard. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Satari. This webpage is a great resource we developed for the community, so please come back and visit and use the resources. This brings us to the conclusion of our presentation, and we are available for questions from our audience. Please type in your questions in the chat, and our chat moderator, Diane, will read your questions. While we await your questions, we encourage you to take the community survey. You have the option to fill out the survey using your smartphone by scanning the QR code or using a laptop. Diane, any questions that have popped into the Q&A?
Well, I do have somebody from Hollywood here wondering how they can hire all of you for voiceovers and for commercials. So that's one question. This chat box moderator has a question for the interpreters. I know that you mentioned that there was a section when there's numbers, that when there's a lot of numbers, that's you need like time to sort that out. Was the pacing on that good for you?
Right. Is that okay? Because I tried to go slow, but I don't know if I was slow enough.
That's a real question to the ASL folks.
Sorry, ask your question again.
You had indicated when you spoke to the group earlier that, it's when there's a lot of numbers that are being presented that it's hard, it takes more time for you to sign that. So I just wanted to touch base to see if in that portion of that, and I think it was under Emily's presentation, was the pacing good for that?
Yeah, the pacing is slower is always better. And I can't tell you how hard it is to make people go slower. But yeah, if you guys can go slower, it'd be great. But I mean, just as slow as you possibly can is always important. But we're used to people going too fast all the time. So it's just like my hands hurt sometimes. So there's nothing I can do about that. But I'm going to do the best I can. And yes, please do go as slow as you can. But your cadence, I mean, you guys can check each other. You can be like, hey, you're going too fast. Like everybody could tell that we're going too fast if we are. But, just do the best you can. It's really all we can do. Yeah, you can definitely tell if somebody's going too fast.
Well, I felt that it was pretty measured, but that it did get numbery there.
Yeah.
In the presentation. So I wanted to check with you specifically to see if you had any feedback about the portion.
Yeah, I can give you feedback as it comes, but I was just signing what I'm hearing. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but yeah, I think it was good.
Okay. I'll just try to go as slow as possible, especially during the numbers, like 27,330.
That would be awesome. And nobody really ever does that, but
okay. No, I can do that. I can.
And I'll tell you something that it's actually important for the consumer because we want ADA compliance. And ADA compliance means that somebody who is deaf who's watching this can actually understand what's happening. And that is simply impossible sometimes to do. But no matter how many times we tell people to slow down, they just can't look at me. Look how fast I'm talking right now. And so it's what we do. We all talk fast. So it is important, like for ADA compliance, that the deaf person watching this that receives their information through sign language is able to get these numbers But I'll challenge anybody to look at any broadcast and see if they're actually able to get all those numbers when you throw them out there. It's 100% failure, and that's sad. But that's what we're here to do, is give them the best compliance that we can. So I'm happy that you guys are asking, and I'm happy to give you guys the input that you need. But we can always check each other really easily.
Well, then let me.
It's natural.
Is it reasonable enough, instead of saying something like 28,533, you could say about $28,500.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I could do that. Yeah, I can just like
Yeah.
I thought that to myself, and I never heard anybody else say that out loud. And that's probably a good idea. Maybe in the beginning of the broadcast, we could say we're going to be using approximations for ADA compliance reasons that will round it off to like the 500, or something like that.
Yeah. But I don't even know if you need to say that. It just is, that anybody in the audience is gonna, they're not making sure that adds up.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if anybody's going to get that mad about the extra $100. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have the screen too, so they can see like the actual numbers, and when I speak it, they can.
Very smart.
Like $100 isn't gonna make a difference.
Right.
$30.
About 25,000. $23,500.
Yeah.
I can just round off.
I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'm happy to respond to them at any time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all the questions from this audience member. Does anybody else on this group want to have any comments that we could use this time right now here for?
I just want to say thank you for having us to provide services, and I appreciate you checking in about everything. That's all.
Yes, how we did it last year is that for the Q&A panel, we're all brought back to screen. So, and including Candace, she's a valued member of our team as well.
Do I give myself a different name? I can do that on my rename. Here I am, Diane. You see it?
Yes.
For me, I just want to double check that we have the raffles identified. So if we could just scroll through it really quick to ensure that we've got the 5 in there, and that we announce, or that we have you folks pull the winning name, and we do the announcement of who the winner is. So we can just do a quick check on that. That would be great.
Yeah, and Rita, I haven't updated the script on that yet, because that's something we're going to go through on our end.
Okay.
And who,
And
actually on that
Emily,
note, who would I send the name to?
oh, it would be Maria Zura. She's our one of our moderators. I'm not sure she was able to stay on throughout this whole time period, but she would be
And
reaching
how
out.
does he send that to her?
She would be
I can-
reaching out
I
to
can-
that person. So once you send the name over to her, then she can then
But where will he be sending it? Like in the chat or like are we in this same Zoom room and then Manuel pop it in the chat, or how can he communicate that to her?
We need to work on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just stand by on that. We'll work on that. Yeah.
Okay.
And Emily, can you clarify the two that you want to actually be polls and the ones that you want that you're just gonna have them put into the chat?
Yes,
You can email those over.
Uh-huh.
And then I would just recommend in the script to mention that when you want them to click on polls and answer the questions, and when you want them to just write their answer into the chat.
Okay, sounds good.
And then when these winners' names are sent to Maria, what does she do with it? Or you know, who do different people announce that? The people that are, I understood, the people who are presenting in that portion of the meeting.
Right. So we're going to have a production Zoom and we'll be sure and send the name there. So then they will type it in. And then on the back end, we'll send it to Maria as well so she can chat with them directly. So it has to go two places because it has to be in here so you can read it while it's happening, like live. And then we'll do the follow-up behind the scenes that she'll connect with them. And we'll have all of them to send an email to after as well in case they don't see the chat in the platform.
All right, I'm glad you clarified that order. I'm like, you know,
I know there's a lot of moving
parts. It goes
parts.
to Maria and then what?
Yeah.
But it goes to everyone and then including Maria, who then does the follow up with,
correct.
How could I get this to you? Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Rita, this is Maria.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I received an email from, is it WOVA?
Yes.
Is that the platform we're using?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So
not
as
spam.
as a moderator, you will have to log into that platform. So you'll have to make a user name, like to log in, and then you have administrative privilege. So when you go in, you'll be able to answer questions in the chat and things like that.
That's where I can delete any inappropriate.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I missed that part too. I assume the same for me. I'm going to have two. We're not going to be in this room. We're going to be in the presenter room.
You'll be in this
No.
room, Diane, because you are going to be on screen.
So I'm here. This is the room where I'm supposed to be, this link.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll send you an email to just make sure and has all the details so you know exactly what you're doing later this afternoon or early tomorrow. So it'll be at the top of your inbox so you know exactly where to go.
Well, it'll get buried soon enough, but
Yeah.
thank you for
So-
that. So because we had talked last week, I think, and about, you know, and I may have been involved with this in other meetings where we have two rooms going on at the same time. But, and then I may need two screens with two different on both of those rooms, but I'm glad to hear I'm just here and I'm just in the room with everybody else. Is that correct? Yes, Satari, can you see me this afternoon just to make sure I've
So,
got?
so Diane,
Yes.
you'll need to, does she need to register on WUVA to log on to the platform to view the chat?
Yes, all chat
Okay.
moderators must go
Perfect.
into WOVA and register themselves.
Okay, so Diane, so
It's a very
tomorrow's-
simple, quick process, but yes, it must be done.
Okay, perfect. So you're gonna register like if you were a part of a public participant. So tomorrow's check at 4:30 is precisely so that we can ensure that we are in the right place. So for you, you'll be in two places. You'll be here on this presentation, and the whole point to start early at 4:30 is to ensure that we are in the right location and using the right link. So that will be, we get that done early in advance, so we're not scrambling at the last minute, and we have just ample time to be at ease before showtime.
Okay. It's a little inconvenient because my camera and my microphone are on my Surface Pro and the font is very, very small. And I don't have that on my monitor. So,
Does she need to speak? I mean, she could just be a chat moderator. Okay, gotcha.
So Diane, you'll be able to read off on the larger screen the WOVA presentation. There should be able to place that on the larger screen. Your Surface Pro will only be the one at camera where you can just look directly and talk, but you should be able to have your second screen within larger font or bigger size that you can be able to read off the chat.
I have to kind of rig here because otherwise I'm looking up like this, so anyway, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, I have to prop up my laptop too, so I'm looking straight out and not looking down.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a build up to do here, but we'll figure it out. But then I've got it, and Satara, again, I'll ask, maybe you can help me with this just to make sure that through Zoom, I have it configured so that I do have a split screen here, that one platform is on one computer and the other is on my monitor, or one's on Surface Pro and one's on my monitor. Could you assist me with that sometime today?
Okay.
All right. And if you don't know, we'll figure it out together. Okay.
Ben from IT, he is on standby. He'll be available tomorrow starting at 4:30 to ensure we are in the correct link and ensure that there's no firewall issues or anything on our end that keeps us from accessing the correct link. So Callie is really good. She's going to send you the invite where you are going to be the presenter link, and then you're going to have separately the WUVA link to be part of the audience and view the chat.
Okay, all right. Then we'll just make sure that Satari will just wait, and I'll just get on Ben's list. He knows where to find me, and I'll be here.
We'll send them right over to you at 4:30.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
So that was it on my end. I just wanted to make sure that we circle or mark where the raffles are at, and I'm sure already Emily's making the notations to the script. And my last request is, Callie, is there a chance that you can send us a final version of the script here so that we can have it handy?
Yep, we should be able to do that.
Great. That's it on my end. Anything else, Candace, your end?
No, this was a productive rehearsal. Thank you.
Maria, anything on your end? And okay, she probably wasn't able to stay on. Satari, anything on your end?
Yeah, everything good.
Okay.
Yep. And Emily, you'll be in contact with Kelly and the team.
Yeah, I already
So-
sent her this stuff.
All
Like when it's Q&A and when it's polls. Basically, the only Q&A portion is going to be the what's one thing you learned. Everything else is a poll. So
Thank you.
Great.
but we will stay in touch.
Okay. All right, then I have to hop on to another meeting. So I'll leave and we'll wait to hear back from you guys. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you all.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Very good. Yep. And yeah, anytime that you guys want to talk about how we can do better production, I'm happy to talk about that. So I want to make sure you guys feel really comfortable reaching out. Good.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not working. So I contacted them and haven't heard back yet. So I'll have to give them a call.
Can we call them now? Manny, I don't know if you can call them.
Yes. Manny or Kelly, could y'all do that?
I'm calling Brendan right now.
Yeah, I'll show you. Give me a second. I have a lot of tabs. Okay. Okay, so can you see the screen? Okay, so then when you go to agenda and then we go join the stream from either this section, it pops to YouTube. And then same if I were to click here, it also goes to YouTube.
That's why I'm working.
Yes, great, thank you.
So that's a problem. Why is this different than last year? No, I'm aware it's a different platform, but I mean, you would think they had both the same capabilities. What's the difference in the setup? Okay. Well, that is what I mentioned. No, I remember there was like a space that I could put the RT or mhm. Zoom and Microsoft were an option too. Would that make it stay in the platform? That is an option. It's one of the options to use. It's okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so what is the Zoom link that you want me to put in here? Let's see.
I mean, I can try wire cable through from there, but it's not gonna be easy. Which station?
You have to connect your account. I gave you admin if you want to get in there. Okay. So what's the troubleshoot? What would you like to do?
I think Manny's on the phone with them right now.
He's not very knowledgeable. I'll tell you that.
He's not very knowledgeable.
But it happens every time you scan. I don't know which one it is.
I can talk to you. What's up?
What?
Okay, it looks like the account manager just escalated it.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I'll cut it out. What else need to be done?
Yeah. Is that better than putting it in the chat on the production? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how long do you think it's going to take from sending an email and putting it in the name? What do you think that's going to take? Like a couple minutes?
That does not seem safe. Last year we put it into a chat that they could read. No, definitely not. We were in communication in
live.
one room with the speakers, and that's how we communicated it to them. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe it was a direct text. Okay, so then Manny needs to text him direct.
That's fine.
Do you think it's better for the presenters to have the group text with the winners? Or send it in? Yeah, that's probably the best option. Okay, we just got to be quick then.
Is there going to be a time where I can enter it in where where I'm not going to have to be scrolling, or if they're not going to be like actively reading from it, where I can come down here and enter it?
So the first one will be easy because we're going to do that straight away when we start. So, because everyone that logs on is entered. So we're just going to do that quick. And if people are a bit late, then they miss out on the first one, whatever. So that one, you'll have some time. I'm worried about the ones that are like, answer the poll, because then also, Crystal, we need to figure out how to grab their names from the poll, put them in the spinny wheel, spin the wheel, and then send it. Unless we literally just pretend that we're spinning it and don't, and just pick a name.
That's what I'm thinking. Just like whoever answered the poll, one of those people get to win.
Yeah,
And
we
Manny
just
can
pick
just
one.
text them.
That's fine. We can just, yeah, we can like just do it before.
So
And
like
just
this,
pick someone who,
Well, it
first
can't be
one,
before because they have to participate in the poll.
sorry, yeah, but I mean like, cause that will save time. So we're like, okay, this one's participating, we'll just say them. You know what I mean? Pick like the second person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry to interrupt. I was speaking with Fulvio. Now I wasn't able to reach Brandon.
Oh.
Mhm. Do you guys have any questions for Fulvio? He already gave me the rundown of how it'll go, and the interpreters are going through their platform, so they don't need to be in our links at all.
Right.
And we already did a test on the Huva app, and yeah, everything's working perfectly. For as far as Interprify.
And what time are the interpreters getting online tomorrow? You say?
Okay, that's a question that I need to ask him.
And we want to confirm that so we have time to double check everything.
Okay, what time are they logging on? No. So what we did was we went on the page where the stream is going to be on, and there's a widget for Interprify where they can change the languages. And I went to like the Spanish and Vietnamese one, and he was able to speak to it and like as
So you
if
did test it.
the
Great.
yeah.
Awesome.
But we
Good job.
weren't able to check the stream.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. Other than that, anything else you want me to ask him?
No, I just want to know what time he's going to be on so we can test everything, and then what time he's communicated to the interpreters and what he has communicated to the interpreters. I don't want to double up if he's already communicated this to them. And I just don't want them also to be late if they don't have the communications. So if he's like emailing them this information, he needs to CC us, at least you. So you're like, okay, everyone is confirmed and in the right place.
And he said he did mention that he's going to he's going to send them an email with their link that they need for Interprify, and he's going to CC me in there.
Okay, perfect. That's all I just wanted to make sure, but we just need to confirm times so that
Okay.
we want to check.
I'm gonna recall him because he hung up, but I'm gonna call him right now.
Okay. So how, I know you're updating this script in here
I'll just copy and paste it.
and send it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so then I can put in the raffle notes into the correct one, and then they want that to be sent to them so they can review tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just making some color
Thank you.
changes of some stuff that doesn't need to be read out loud, and then I'll just send it. Where do you want me to send it? Do you want me to just, probably email would be better than just like putting it in the chat or something.
Yeah, you want to email it to me? That would be great.
Can you put your email in the chat, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. He said that he's going to let them know 30 minutes to log on 30 minutes before the event so we could do the test and everything.
Okay, great. That's what I had. That's good.
Okay, is there anything else we're waiting for here? Yep.
Did we, Crystal, are you the one that also messaged Huva or Manny? I just want to know who was working on that, or the both of you.
Yes, I'm working on it. I was copying Manny on the emails, so he should be in the loop, but yeah, they're escalating it now.
Okay, I think that's good. I'm just gonna clean up some stuff on our end and make sure we have all the right details and everything, and then I'll input the poll text and I will send that back to you shortly.
Sounds good. I might need to do a little additional setup with a few of the presenters.
Yeah. What's your schedule the rest of the day, Crystal?
You can shoot me an email, we can figure it out.
Perfect. All right. That sounds good.
I emailed you a copy of the script. I don't know if you saw that. It just doesn't have some of the colors in it, but it's all there.
Okay, let me check that I got it. Yep, got it.
Cool.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I'll just read through that and then double check the polls and send it back.
Okay.
In a different color. Awesome. Okay, thank you for this. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. We will be in touch soon.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.